can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh, yes, that door. No, Awesome.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not. He looks at the dust on his finger.
Yes?
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the...
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just...
A faint smile tells you she appreciates the effort.
The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead, too. To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something...
But you have more important things to worry about. Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes...
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has long...
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary by a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident. And he just divorced. We hit it off and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a...
The water lock? That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie, Gary's as loyal as... Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the others...
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he... Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweet. Oh...
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize...
That's one opinion, yes.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid.
There's a touch of awe in the way...
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects.
It's not made up, officer. It's simply elusive. So much so that most Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the... Yes. Not at all. Well, of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very... Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to.
Oh, I'd be delighted.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn it, and I'd...
Or he'll be disappointed in you.
What an interesting question.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
It's the Col de Mamadaqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us with plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 1920s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, when playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination, the scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest-pitched bat calls.
She transforms when speaking about these strange animals.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mama. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, Sequester, Time, Joscan, those are but some of the Mamadaqua.
Maybe
It's not
I wouldn't be so sure.
exactly.
Great regret.
After that, the court.
Of course.
I'm glad you.
Fine, I'll bite.
Many scientists have asked, what about what?
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid. I'm glad you see it that way. Did we have anything more to do?
A thin man is smoking. As you step in, he nods toward the table, and it must be his name. Garanci. Garanci, Quebec. Sounds representative. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He looks up at you, then shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't.
Speak Revacholian? We speak Suren. There is no such thing.
The cook is still smoking.
Good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity.
He smiles and bangs his ladle again.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are?
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for... So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong...
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for...
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. Imagine...
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do to me? Don't. Just because it's in your... You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it.
What are we going to do to you?
You were specifically asked not to say that, and then you said it anyway, you junior delinquent. But you still did.
The Union isn't going to do anything to you.
Goddamn right.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress. Aggressive?
So you were spying on us, and now you represent...
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing...
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Get sober. Do your job. Ask your questions and get the hell out of Martinez.
Was that? Could it be? The Col de Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just your... There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something... Oh no. No. Too late. It's gone. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated... The dented yellow mailbox. The box seems happy. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots.
We should have a look at that belt before we even consider taking him down.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the... Oh my, there's something on the belt. A familiar word, vermilion, in yellow letters, along the length of the...
No, you should not get a drink. You should perform an initial inspection of the industrial strength. You can use...
Like in a circus. When the circus leaves town, and they tie a black-spotted giraffe to the wall of a carry pen.
No. More like in harbor. Like the one just east of here. I get the sense they used whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike.
No. You feel like it was something else. But what?
Yes, it often is. This bed worries me. It's not merely polyester, it's steel reinforced. See these lines? This is where the wires run. I see rabbits for more than 20. This makes getting him down much more. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt. Buckle closes. It's what I would do. Seems easier than climbing up there.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadavers, delicate and...
Their armor, no boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The stench fills your nostrils as you push down.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal! What's wrong with you, asshole?
I don't know, baby. I don't know.
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by putting on the deceased foot? It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for a full set, about 4 years of wages. By catching, do you mean, let's not log them as evidence? Let's steal them?
What was that about the constabulatory before? You need to push some buttons if you want to recruit the lieutenant in a conspiracy.
So they don't get shot in the foot? I think our extremities are fine without a dead man's boots.
Oops. Well, no one said it would work.
Piece by piece. We should keep a lookout for these pieces.
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil. Yes, bullets will fly. They always do. And the coil is fleshy and mush and permeable.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found. They usually hang them completely naked for that.
Fucking talking about underpants.
That's for us to find out. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area...
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping. Suddenly, your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch. Your fist connects to the boot with the same...
Did you hear that? A click? This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming energy horizontally, from plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click.
Faint, organic lines cover the plates, where they separate into like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and pearly. The cadaver slowly twists. The hangman... Oh my, there's something called... It's hard.
Industrial...
Like in a circus. When the circus leaves...
Yes, it looks like they use whatever was on...
The cadaver hangs, and in his corpse is marked. Alcohol, your fist clenches suddenly. Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened.
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, it reminds me of religion.
The pattern does not stir patriotic or religious sentiment in you. What it does is speak to the wounded, limping animal, the male in particular, unable to communicate in anything more than...
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Shit, Kuno!
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter to us. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. His eye dark brown. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression. Not carried on his...
Why do you think so? Okay. Why do you think so? There aren't... Why do you think so? Why do you...
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench. eyes like a shark. As you narrow, only the lower extremities are pink.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer? Oh,
The monster,
so what do you think? I do.
Stop talking.
He means you fucked him up.
a pool of blood and feces has eaten into
The victim...
The fuck?
Talking about shit.
Malicious laughter erupts in...
Big's head is a.
The lieutenant's face is made of stone.
I think the noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. Everything here seems... I agree.
There are crows,
Totally dead. Absolutely.
but there is no breath.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it. Climb up there and saw the branch? I don't trust that ladder. The assailants didn't use it. It's rotten. Honestly, I prefer a non-acrobatic solution to this. There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union...
Confirmed. It's unsafe. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken.
Yeah! Bang!
How? It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work.
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said.
I'll blow his head off.
Take it!
Yeah, take the shot.
Silence. With his elbow and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 taps. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke.
God damn it.
He feels bad about his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from...
Fucking idiot! Look about ass!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. It's bad as it is. Go ahead.
They only have...
This is the
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprised.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno?
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Do it! Set me free!
You feel as though it would be dangerous to set this.
Don't.
Do it! Put it right here, Mulka! Right...
intense shit, copper.
Could waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic!
Your field of view narrows. As you wait, your breathing slows down.
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. Your hand goes numb from the explosion. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse straight in the chest. Bits of ribcage protrude from the skin.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry,
Are you? Because it sort of feels like you are. Please don't cry.
We try something else.
Oh my...
Actually, it was... Kuno just said that because he felt sorry for you, pig. It's not your fault you can't shoot. It's your pig hands.
Pigs don't have hands, they have like...
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
The lieutenant does not dignify that with a...
We still need to get him down, somehow. The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help. They have the tools and the men. If they put him up there, they can take him down too. Hooray for us. To ask the suspect for help with the victim's body? To be indebted to Evrart Clare? That clearly we...
Suck my dick, bitches!
He's a dangerous and corrupt man, and we cannot...
Yeah? Don't go being someone else's bitches. You're Kuno.
Yes?
Hello? Me? No one. I'm
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much.
looking for something to read. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
What with? My husband? No, I don't know. At home now?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... I don't really need... No. Why are we still talking about this?
She has, though. The husband is totally lost.
What? Who said anything about shame? Stop talking.
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then.
I don't mean to disrespect.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so in.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic?
Wonderful. The store is open. No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not...
You know where they are. They're at... What if something horrible has happened? What if they're dead? That's the bad vibe you got with...
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their... They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just... Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeated?
Did someone say party? You could use a party.
A killer party? What is it with...
An array of neurons.
No, I don't. Why do you think that I smoke? No, you... I already told...
She's lying. She's goddamn lying.
From the kiosk? There's one near the harbor. It's a frita. You... Sorry, officer.
She sighs. The woman... There, working class drunk. Cracked it. All in a good day's work. A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance. The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Where? There? Those are old. These bullets were fired during... Not much. I don't...
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The speakers below are... These once respectable speakers...
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. No, don't pity them, officer.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley... The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang. What? No. You like premium menswear. Look.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Drugs? I don't go in unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty. That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade? Like, who said that? It's the fat.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder. Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. Nothing. I told you.
And what?
Crowd, you know.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Shush, please. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please, don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. I don't know. Maybe if she...
It could be. She was strange.
All of them. I don't know.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a putt. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the putt? Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais.
The apricot suzerainty is what the Sea Guy archipelago is commonly known.
No, apricots come from Sea Guy. My grandma used to grow them. But Sea Guy, speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profit.
Well, if it's for his grandma, you should buy a lot of things. No need to dress this one up.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? But officer, bribe you...
I don't think you really understand how bribes work.
Sorry, detective.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. I didn't, man. I told you I was
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part. Not true.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. A youngish woman.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died. Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go.
We can't just let it go.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is...
I don't believe you. I just can't, man. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's...
She shared this...
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. It's snitching, man. I heard the rumors.
Did this violent life...
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked the way it worked.
The pain it was causing her.
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of...
He's right. There are other options. Push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
The realization that you've used his friendliness and... Remember, you're doing it for the bigger investigation.
Here. Lori's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday. She left them to me because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks.
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
No. I don't know. I bet you are.
And he's sorry he couldn't be what he wants to be. A good person. His last line, his...
Nah. I need to think my own thoughts now.
This green found, A to Z, contemporary, is parked in the shadow of...
This is the one our man pointed to.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely... It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private. You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes the smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. These are movie posters featuring... One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an... The actress is draped in a sheath dress. One of her shoulders bare. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't... The actress is draped. A feeling of tenderness... Wait, doesn't she? The actress is... And looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. Looks like we are dealing with an...
The smell of 1,000. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like but one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been...
Sandpaper? A novel technique. Must be to offer some extra grip to the driver's foot.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a pull-out toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except it's an issue of Peripherique from last Wednesday. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical... These formulas look oddly painful.
The Uland frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolbox slides back into... You close the rust...
Great. I think we got everything. A word? Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the crowd. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems... I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. I'm not sure what the Uland frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding
Listening in on your calls between you and your station.
As elegant as they are.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. But somehow, my suggestion is we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be... We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. All the same, I don't like the debrief of...
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not...
She wants to answer the question.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? Yes.
The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours. Exactly. But what?
Ah, good to hear. I wouldn't want to pry into a confidential police matter.
Be very careful what information you're gonna share with her.
A runaway? Good work. This is a tag. We contain multitudes, do we not? It might not be pertinent to her.
She means you know her closer now. In some way, you know her soul.
Clever. Few suspect a woman in this sort of skullduggery. Good move. What is La Puta Madre? Frighten me. I'm not frightened easily, but I understand some things are best for the police. High-intensity microwave frequencies. They're used for navigation.
Let's be honest, you have no idea what that meant. Inter-Ecelary microwave compression.
That speaks of the vastness and sophistication of the operation. Were you able to examine the radio? Taking it out of commission will deal a blow to the smuggler. I appreciate you placing your trust in me. Thank you again for looking in. Now, per our original agreement, it's time for me to share company secrets with you. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our...
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's work.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were dispatched after I relayed
Every word.
a member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple.
Who are they?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more... He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded,
What is the nature of this?
whether to execute one, some, or all.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to.
The Debarder have over 2,000 men. It will be...
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath. It doesn't have to be like this. Nameless, one single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good.
Down a deep black...
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all...
Meaning they're used to operating in...
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminoles Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil. I wouldn't go as far as to use that term, Detective. Yes.
Feels like there's a good response here, but you're not coming up with one. Carry on.
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, if you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal, that the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems...
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with...
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor.
You'll meet her soon enough, you feel.
If you mean did I see him alive, yes. But I did not know him. Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a...
What else?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear in...
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is appalling.
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied.
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start. Truth.
They don't report their progress.
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
5 days, not more.
It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a...
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes...
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance. Port cities. On the oceans. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the DeLorean century. As early as 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. His platoon members? The other contractors, though I do not.
Challenge accepted. I say we do it.
I am relieved you think so. I don't think quite a few...
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutzcan Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition...
You said you can't...
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand...
Somewhere in an office lit by a single green desk lamp, Captain Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing in the ledger. In Martinez, looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by...
Where is he now?
That is precisely what the sailors feared when they drew these maps. A fear of drowning within one's own corpse. Is there anything else I can help you with? This reality.
The aim is to gain a deeper understanding.
A sort of spiritual quest. Something of ancient Ilmaran origin.
You will find he doesn't approve of foreign wisdom.
I've never heard of a nationalistic medical condition, but then reality is a strange place.
All right, you're in. Begin with the first one. You'll appear worldly.
A bird? A sphenicid? Ah! This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, or 2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments... This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers, mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons locked 4 or 5 Splat, splat. Wonderful. We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten even. Revachol, the great...
As if it's self-explanatory.
History detective. They built this city to they say by that time we are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to 2, I think it's fair to say so, 22 kilometers from the center of the world.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it. She observes your eyes scanning the... This is one thought you need.
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Monsieur will be here later.
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious... Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too... She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colours and wear old people's clothes are stupid.
All right. What next?
These are... what I...
Everyone wants to talk about themselves.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
Hello again, officers. Have you come?
An intricate web, the pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel. Gone. 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 For you to discover. Someone close to the victim might know. It's just a but.
Vigilance officer? What can this all tell? Ah, yes!
Oh, absolutely.
Cocaine. Cocainum. Sound.
A superpower! Feared and...
Oh, hold Philippe.
You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine. For clarity of vision. To aid in their work. Regnum
I'm satisfied.
Of course. Clarity of vision.
Philippe the was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor. And it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to...
Higher realms. Of course. It all makes sense.
Please, officer, don't encourage him. Do spare us the cocaine fairy tale.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to...
But imagine, purest cocaine. Now that would make you feel like a king. Not that you can afford it, but what about speed? Speed is cheap and good.
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibility, Revachol would...
Don't get...
The carabinier doesn't reply. But no one and nothing can change this man's...
Right. Yes. The terrain here provides an interest. I do.
Heavy. Hot.
Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country. Execute your supreme leadership. Fine. What do you want now then? Should have fought dirty. This place... Yes.
He finds your lap.
Mountainous was used as one of this here.
Blowed ground. You got all...
Damn right, son.
He approves of this radical.
The rest of...
Well, It's your own damn fault.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players of the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... I'm sorry I would have preferred if...
This royal failure.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful. This is just what the commies wanted. This was the plan all along. This, a true king in the suzerain...
Soon, they will forget.
It's no use talking to you. You are still in Daddy's boat. Vigilance officer? What can this all carry? It's a Belle McGrave. 4 point... This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of... As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. Is of time? Of course not. Whatever stupid things they put in the law, I quit
She's...
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible...
Then it's contraband, Lowman.
She's not...
He doesn't...
Nothing.
He doesn't want your
A pilgrim is what it is.
Shame on you! Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. Silence. He takes the photo. You see dead flesh in colorful river.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. Yeah.
He's clenching his teeth. There is
what it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last month.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Drowned in a creek a week later.
Something stirs. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's...
Fucking mask is getting sweaty.
He's under orders. And...
No. I was in the domain. You bet it was. It's just... nature. This guy, he used to say, go ahead.
All right now. Free commerce! Free flow of commerce!
Don't talk to him any longer. Just leave, please.
Fucking How about you fuck off now?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now. Somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this. The man's breathing steady.
Hola, Wandering Man.
The tear machine stands and your bottles clunk into the... Do you know what you should do?
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't... A warehouse? I don't...
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Reality? You mean, what reality? I don't know. What we're in Frit as mankind, or we're in Revachol, like on the insula. That wasn't very hard. Or do you mean when? Yeah, we're in as man. We're in as mankind. I mean, I don't.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still.
Cool.
Yes?
Looking for something, Aunt? Come to tell me. Oh man, that's great. God damn. Thanks.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting...
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you, maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
Oh, this is about...
You're sure taking your time. Wait.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff.
Time to go to work.
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going...
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
The pretty boy. You guys real.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt? Like we used? Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and...
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the...
We did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why they're goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercy?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind.
A live grenade. Right here in...
This one has a special gripe with him.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm RNA's goddamn special forces."
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNA's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna...
We couldn't believe it either. But he fucking did. Right there. Like some kind of animal.
Wrong. He harassed women. Raped one. Harassed workers. Threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's slight unease in him, suddenly.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of, "Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt?" Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns. We hanged him up by his neck.
Didn't they teach you anything?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cops, certainly enough to not put up with this back sass. Deliver a knockdown observation.
Titus,
We overpowered him. Dragged his unconscious body to the tree.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But... a single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough, and he'll crack.
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you, too, copper. Picking on Angus like this.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. This one is a stone wall.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
What you...
Titus lets the others clear out the details, so he doesn't get his hands muddy with explaining too much.
Like what, copper? How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
But you see, a law.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling any... Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Who do you fucking think does?
The sweaty man turns red and looks...
It's not the fat ass. Titus, run...
I think you got your answer.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted. You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night.
Known him? We don't associate... Yeah! Who do you think...
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow...
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over.
This is where he tries to sow discord between you two, because he knows the company is responsible.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer.
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Not in the arresting mood.
A fearful readiness. Like by your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed, and they outnumber us. The lieutenant tried...
Wise move. You made the right choice.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back...
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're...
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals. Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Nervous snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole merc.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and we got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
That thing has 7 barrels, 1 trigger. You do the math.
So are the local gangs. The fucking bomb.
Yeah. Where are they now, huh?
These people are trained military
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated. What do you mean? Okay. We don't need you, or your lot.
Last gun or not, you're going to need help.
Okay, I accept the offer, but
He appreciates it, but can only accept it conditionally.
No. I's here. You got business.
The boys are too eager to please him to keep their mouths shut.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy Boys.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Yeah. You're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good of the actors here. You could take another look at the tracks in the mud on the crime scene. Compare it to these guys.
Again. About fucking.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs tap on the window as the wind blows outside. There's a little slide panel up there. You're not so sure about that.
Yeah, your mother.
Nothing. Just black tangles like... There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right, the hard 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the... Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene. 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. 5. Another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot. But number 41. Better late than never, detective. The whole world is... 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. The imprints are... 8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing.
A leader like Titus doesn't let one of his guys out of sight easily, especially at a time like this.
I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. The one with his front teeth. Yes, well, he did look a bit... I could still be wrong. But 200? This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built work...
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight.
Possibly, yes. Interesting. Let's name it...
Oh, this one's easy. Way too easy. It's a driver.
With a piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle. Which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the old soul. Now we know who is the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? Understood. We should still go and see what Titus Hardy has got to say on the matter. A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time.
It is not.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, disappeared.
Indeed. They all stood in...
So far, so good. Only one thing missing.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7 Hardy boys.
There's one pair missing from the Union box. The 8th pair. I'm going to say it was... Yes. I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us much, but we should still confirm.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy this... Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy?
Actually, boss, we've been talking and...
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy.
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a... You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't...
Good. We are all watching each other.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to...
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to... The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprint. Detective, do you want to...
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade, because...
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course. Thank you. Theoretically, of course.
He seems genuinely surprised at your response.
Titus, I'm amazed. Where is the same professionalism when it comes to other top...
I don't know, Lizzie. I guess theoretical things don't make me emotional.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene.
My answer is... fuck off. Mind your...
Finally, you got something out of him.
And here we go.
I know! Fatty walked on all fours. He's
go fuck your...
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all fours. Anything else you need to know?
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it? What? Bitch! You fuck...
Not all of us. Acts like that stick with you.
No one's moving anywhere. Do this shit again. And Kuno's gonna climb in your room at night. With Kuno knows where you sleep. The pig who fucked his window up. I'm gonna climb in through that balcony. Put the fucking knife in you. Yeah. But you and Kuno are good for now. Pals. Shoot that shit at Kuno. Let's have a jolly time. And you're back in business.
Kuno is a merciful king, kind to his wayward subjects.
Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin. Fuck no, pig. Kuno ain't dealing to the popo. Not doing the pork pen for your...
He's not worried about prison. He's got to at least know a source. Look at him. You need to befriend him first.
Kuno? You already know that slow shit. Shoot that shit at Kuno, pig. Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? No, it's not.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno. He says you climbed the ladder up.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Dunno. Kipta's gardener used to work there. Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Look it up in the library. Kuno's not a fucking dictionary. Fucking small brain. Kuno means the gardener, alright? The fuck does this have to do with the Kuno? Kuno doesn't give a...
You were expecting relaying this information to him to be more rewarding, right? Telling him you found out she isn't a gardener. You know what you should do if you want to get rewarded? Or alcohol. Seems kinda boring now, going back to... What was this about? Some yard?
Kuno doesn't know shit about that. Listen, Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit, look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that up there.
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression...
Pig, believe it, you need this shit.
These could drastically improve your chances of... Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready.
Alright, don't do business with the pig, Kuno.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno sees where...
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get
The kid may have something there. He's already...
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching.
Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be... That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind.
There it is. That strange feeling again. As if there was more than meets the eye about that pile of roofing material.
The fuck are you talking about?
Trying to get you to talk gimp, Kuno. Don't.
The fuck?
They're trying to make you feel...
You glance again at the roofing material in front of the shack.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Yeah.
I can't...
Shit.
The kid...
Kuno doesn't...
Stop turning...
Yeah? Get your bacon. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Shitload pig.
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is.
You have no idea what the usual is.
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's... Look at him, Kuno.
Oh, come on. He's just pretending.
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the... Get the what on.
Trying to fuck on Kuno.
Yeah? You want to fuck on someone about that? Yeah? So yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel it.
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the...
End of conversation. Very...
Probably climbed. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in... I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City. Kuno gives this info out on just a couple of pigs sniffing around.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Fuck are you talking about? What is this?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of
He's thinking the kid has amassed quite the vocabulary of law enforcement terms, but he's not going to stick his nose into this. Good. That's what the lieutenant from Precinct 57 would have done as well.
You're
Get lost,
Kuno? You already... Kuno's... Ease off, see? Don't be telling Kuno what Kuno can do. What else you want, pigman?
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time, too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Fuck no!
Kuno!
Ease off, see? Kuno always takes the bullet over the hammer. Yeah? The king... Yeah, whatever. Kuno...
Can't believe you didn't take the
She continues to be here. All due to you being... This kid is way...
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead.
The doubt is fully formed.
We're in Martin, you would be excused for not knowing about it. Yes.
Vast. Luke.
I'm not a good As I told you, Caillou.
It is clear this pebble.
I would be happy to. These are for
the smile of a predator.
All men are the revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. Why, of course. No. I would say the apes were. On the other hand, maybe you're right. Those would be.
She's not good.
Oh, and the Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves? Yes. Oh, lots of. The real king abdicated. Him and tens of the liberals. Some were rich. They didn't win. To foreign intervention. The liberal. The coalition.
There is bitter.
The moralist. At least not.
The root.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs. A devout man of the Senate. It wasn't a who. It made, of course, from Revachol. Why?
Something tells you her life and yours are not that.
The zone of modernity. 43 years between the No. Welcome to.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in.
I've no right. We could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we played it right. They are what? Anyway, enough sentence. Glad to have been of assistance.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels calm. It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. I knew we could trust you.
Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's just the cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
Yes, I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away, below the turbine. The 41st and the 57th. The lieutenant was right. Tell him why it's you. He opens one hand and look.
Which school do you subscribe to? Mambo or Jambo? Hangovers do give off. There is no gift. We should move.
Tell him why it's you.
I bet you do. If you could on, was there anything else you want? Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget it.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? The little boy had it good on his promise. To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me, pardon it.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun. So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere. That serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
He thinks, not yet. Better to get this business out of the way. Sweeter then.
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material.
How does it?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
All of it? There are junior officers out there, eager to prove themselves. I would leave some for them, and I would leave the book.
And Mesqui's epic then, all across Martinez. I hope it will be a real bonanza for you. No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful. He is... inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because it's nice and orderly, it reveals no secrets at this time. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Are you crazy?
Class A fucker. Blind fucks are always ruining it for everybody.
Kim is never going to be okay with you handing something like this off to a minor. This plan is either off the table, or you need to do it when he's not around. Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. the opposite of deja vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day.
What is, or
What world? The only one, I suppose.
the camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. There is a term of endearment they coined for it. In the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovered Elysium. It does. A term of hatred that originates like many such things. Oh, great things are difficult. That's looking less and...
O-R-G.
There's a steadily... Yes.
A cold fear seeps into you.
You seem to be spooked. They say there is a rarefied... I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific... But this is one of the greatest you have missed. It's like the crowning of the world. But you already have.
The cold... Suddenly, the lieutenant observes you both.
The Pale is...
Yes.
His voice is...
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a very sensitive and impressionable police officer who is still recovering from a...
The Lieutenant's right. Let's change topics. What do you want to know? Anything.
But she wants to tell you. Good idea. Just up.
Fine.
See?
Are you sure you're sure? Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue. Isola is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last windy, Seol, Samara, an oceanic, achromatic, odorless, featureless. The no
As your gaze instinctive,
yes, and up. Imagine
you hear your pulse rise.
it's the no detect.
As your gaze instinctive,
Yes, an uproar. Imagine
you hear your pulse.
but it is still hard. Some they call it. It feels terrible. No name.
Perhaps that explains a strange, an acidic smile on her.
And there are nothing. Hybrid airships, detective. In essence, then they don't. The pale outweighs react. What do you think, detective? Oh no, detective. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the pale will. Most people. I said.
Off we.
One.
Why should we just leave and leave?
Yes. Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember? Then tell me. What do you think?
You're ailing.
You really didn't know. This doesn't. I hope.
Some of.
You have me. I will assist you.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we? Yes.
You will have to deal with it, too.
Good luck.
Call. The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundal. Some rows and rows of maybe 100. Those snow crabs are worth not even close. Man from Hyundal in hell. Man from Hyundal and the forest of slaves. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your hand she's laughing at him. Between the throne and the especially the display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyundal novels.
Hello again, esteemed officer. Well, a book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies. God,
This economy is a mysterious force, like cosmic.
She can, if she has enough will.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She's dead.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside there. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
Oh, well...
My husband is completely different, of course.
She's been too busy helping me here. So I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store... Yes, My husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for grant. It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighbourhoods east of... Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for... He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner. Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. Exactly.
The woman looks aloof. Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels. A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species. Turns out.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slowly. You move.
Do we really need to do this?
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slowly. A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out. You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. It's quite a challenge, but eventually the Several maps have been the maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and...
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now.
You just can't win.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Beth, oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does. Just what Dick Mullen would ask. Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the... Right, I have to get back to...
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
Is this about the questions again? Because, I don't really know anything. I mean,
No need to.
Okay. Uh-huh.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says,
No. You need tear to use the tear machine.
Right to work!
All I'm wondering, man.
On second glance, someone has forgotten.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just...
Let's see what's inside. The drawer opens smooth. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Couron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among... It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Evrart Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it.
What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs? Booze? Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself, the drawer, slide. A cockatoo is... This book talks about the delicate nature of twos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk, and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as a recurring issue. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform. Cuddle, ouch. That must hurt. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus. Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo, is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. Its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold must be glorious to behold, dark pink and snow white. Despite its banging name, the Bang Bang cockatoo is actually the shark. Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? You're right. You're a fuckatoo embodied. The worn map features your finger moves through the various streets, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late, because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism, a shameful way to treat a former king. Even one as because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and, to your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pics. After rifling the pages with your thumb, the magazine is divided into Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and...
What do you expect? It was laying around the office.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of... The main feature, though, is a long essay titled, "This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A." Made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to... That certainly sounds like a certain delinquent youth who likes to harass you from her balcony. The actual article is surprisingly light on... You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about where to even start. For oddly enough, the undercap... Thus, at the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000... You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion.
Ah, come on. Can this art... A certain if I had to wager...
You flip back to the front of the mag. This section includes a long, tedious critique of... You also skip over an article about Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of... Unsurprisingly, much of... You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants, simply for, according to the... It goes on to call the wild... You flip back to the front of the... Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. The white... This is your cloak. You can feel it.
Yes, it does bear the RCM insignia. The service cloak issued to you by your station? Yes.
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels I will shield you from the elements and give... Control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Mush, and with a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprisingly... This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. Who can say? Only...
I can't see how that was worth it.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
You do? There are 1 million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? There may very well be, but we are not here to interact with
No reply. The knot produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like this. You attempt to turn the handle, to no effect. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. You're back before the cargo container. Numerous empty bottles glisten in the rain. Someone partied.
Well, Yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. It really doesn't. Let's turn our...
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, Rene.
If you must. But please hurry.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and there's sparse contents. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a... Rene looks like he's about to smile. This photo...
Why did you take that picture of Rene? Fine, but let's move. I don't...
This is the... You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not... fill the cargo container. No, the knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound... Why are you...
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective.
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, evrart, he looks after everyone.
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you...
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am, So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them. Sure, mister. About what? Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked.
So no one is...
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Evrart is in his office, where he always is. And Jean... But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Evrart sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this under heart ease.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys, but Mr. Evrart and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Mr. Evrart and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Evrart. I'm sure you'll be good friends. He's friends with everyone around here.
You're never getting anything useful out of him. It's good enough you found out Evrart has a brother called Edgar, and he helped Leo.
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls... I'm like Mr. Everart's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand... Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the miss... But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Evrart put her through some fancy school and everything.